guys the only ones on the board?
Yeah.
I didn't mean that disrespectfully, I'm just like, are you there?
No.
We were just talking about that, there was supposed to be a third person, but they quit before they started.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a fluid situation.
And hopefully they're supposed to appoint somebody next month. They had an application, but they tabled it until next month, hoping to get more applications. I don't know what that's supposed to tell you, but
You have to, reorganize, is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll give you, it's just, I give them a,
Yes,
so that has names on it, and so.
Awesome.
What is it, sorry. Okay, I'll be better by next Thursday.
Yeah, I've never done those guys.
I just keep improving.
so yeah, I need
You're just
to
getting all hecked up about that.
I think I have to read this part, and then he
Did you say
reads
you
this
see your
part.
son?
Our son,
Oh, nice.
Our son lives out there, so.
So we do our organization meeting first.
Right, yeah.
Before
Well,
Put all
he's
these
got a watch.
officers and stuff.
But-
I'm grateful.
We do that first.
Why did I think you
Yeah, I knew we had to.
Oh, no,
And then the scenarios where it
Yeah,
is.
he's blown me out of the water.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
we'll
'cause
make a
it's
decision whether we
got,
do
I mean, he's got
executive
five
session.
now. Five.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he
Or-
does. Five. Yeah, son in Florida has three, and his son here, lives out here in Fairfield has two.
One of my husband's nieces, younger than us, she has 6 grandchildren. I have 4. And I'm just like, I got lots of granddogs and cats.
Hopefully we'll keep that way for a little while,
Yeah, hopefully.
since the oldest one's only 17.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's keep it that way. I don't blame you either. Let's keep it that way.
If it happens, it happens.
Yeah.
Can't really say much about
Nope.
it, really.
Nope, you cannot.
Certainly nothing on the record,
No,
anyway.
that's fine.
Got that off the record.
I was just quoting names.
Oh, I know, you are, I know.
Bill and my mom are up to 7, and they're gonna have an 8th one in October. My stepbrother's gonna have a daughter. It's gonna be his first one, and then my other stepbrother has 2. So yeah, so they're up to 8.
Yes, my daughter's the only one that doesn't have any
Like
children.
that meeting we had for mine, then they had a gun range meeting at
That
actually
was
up for his place.
My youngest is
Oh, that was
Oh, my.
crazy.
That was crazy.
They're not that old.
Even people from Carroll Valley were there for that.
How old is she?
40. Oh my God, I think for a second. 44. 44.
Okay.
They get old quickly on us.
They
She's
do.
She's a year older than me.
Yeah.
And then see, my stepbrother's same age as me, and he's just having his first one.
I keep telling her. I said adopt.
We were talking about grandkids. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, they're
I've never pushed any of my children to have babies.
Well, you can't really.
Right.
Exactly.
You can suggest it.
But I'm
You
really-
can, yeah.
Yeah,
But I'm
realize
pushing
you're
her.
nice.
I'm pushing her. I'm taking her. My brothers both had children. It's time for you.
I watch my nieces and them having kids, and I'm thinking to myself, what do you want babies in this country for? This,
Well, you've got a good point.
I mean, it is bad.
You do have a good point.
But to have grandbabies in this country, now that's okay.
Yeah. Well, you're still worried about it.
Oh, I don't know,
You gotta be homeschooling,
Yeah.
unless you want them indoctrinated.
Not really cold here, work.
Alright, well, we're at 5:30, we ready?
Yep.
call the meeting to order. And, gonna do the roll call?
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Cindy Lawrence,
Present.
Bob Willett, Robert Willett here.
Alright, we gotta do the annual election of the, zoning hearing board members.
Right, yeah.
Alright, I nominate Cindy Lawrence for chair.
And Cindy, you can second it, because I'm pretty sure you don't get any additional money to be the chair.
I'll second it.
Got a
All in
motion.
favor?
You were unanimously selected. Alright, do we have a nomination for vice chair?
Robert Willett.
Okay, and,
Yes, I'll second it.
yeah,
All in favor?
and I know you want to, do we have someone to serve as secretary?
I'm gonna try temporarily. Maybe Laura, how about that?
Yeah, we could.
I nominate Robert Millette. All in favor?
I'm not seconding.
Oh, no, yeah, you're gonna make me dig out Robert's rules. Yeah.
Alright, I'll second it.
Yeah,
All in
well,
favor?
I don't wanna dig too hard anyway, so.
I don't know how I hold two positions, but I'll try.
Okay.
Alright.
And can we put it
I
on the?
always tell people that it's the secretary, that's the power position.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, obviously, you're
Just,
not,
just look at that.
you're
writing.
not
Just
buying
look at
it.
that writing right there. You
Yeah,
can't-
yeah.
Alright, did you read the minutes?
Okay, I did read the minutes, and, did you read them?
Yep.
Okay,
Well,
Gary, make a motion to, approve the
got it.
minutes,
You got to. I voted.
huh?
You make a motion to approve
Yeah,
them?
to,
Alright, second.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Now, we're gonna hear a case for application for variance to the zoning hearing board from Thomas Galrod, am I saying that right? And the reason for it is to hear and receive evidence, testimony, and related information in connection with the application for variance made by Thomas Galrod, who is requesting variance relief from section 350-202C of the Liberty Township zoning ordinance in order to permit the location of the use of existing accessory apartment in a detached barn at a certain real property owned by the applicant located at 620 Track Road, Fairfield, Liberty Township, Adams County, PA. Said real property is zoned and designated within the agricultural AR district. So,
Did you
have
say
you
that,
identified stuff?
did you say it was zoned agricultural?
AR.
Yep.
I think they took that away from me when I moved out of the place, I don't think it's zoned that anymore, cause I don't live there.
Well, it's
We
what's
never
in the
changed the
paper.
So I had got some notifications that saying they were going to.
No, we've never changed the zoning
Okay.
in that area. That's all we do.
It's still agricultural rural, yeah.
Yes, it's still.
Okay.
Okay, so do I identify them or do they identify themselves?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, you can identify them.
Okay, Mr. Scalron,
Yes.
okay, and Andrew Miller,
Yes.
and are you an objector?
Nope,
Yeah.
I'm with that.
Okay.
God bless you.
Boy, she better not.
God bless you.
Okay, so there's, are you an interested party or an objector?
That's a good bid.
I guess it could be.
I understand about it. And he's reviewing and appealing the zoning hearing, the zoning to you.
Okay, so you wanna be a witness?
Well, if questions need to be answered, then Andrew, I think Andrew can answer on behalf of the township, most of all the questions.
Okay,
But if not, I'm here to help him, yes.
okay, so identify Mickey Barlow, supervisor?
No, because the township is always a party, so.
Okay,
So we don't, the township doesn't have to be specially identified. It's essentially, it's the township zoning ordinance.
It is, correct.
okay, so it's your turn.
It is. So, an outline of the proceedings, and, first of all, the zoning hearing board is a quasi-judicial body, and they are a decision-making body, so, they are, must comply with the Pennsylvania Sunshine Act Any decisions that they make must be in a public forum, in an open session. We are required to keep a stenographic record of the proceedings, which means, and hopefully won't be a problem here, because we don't have any objectors, and so we're not, we be cognizant of, we need one person to speak at a time, so that our stenographer is able to get that on the record. You have a right, the parties have a right to be represented by counsel. I presume you did not list legal counsel, so you're going to be proceeding on your own, correct, sir? Okay, and the parties shall have the opportunity to present and submit evidence and argument to the board. Essentially, as the applicant, you have the burden of proof for your case to submit, and so your testimony, if you present any exhibits, that would be evidence in support of your application. The formal rules of evidence do not apply to these proceedings. However, any irrelevant, immaterial, or unduly repetitious evidence may be excluded by the zoning hearing board. All persons who wish to present testimony to the zoning hearing board must testify under oath and be first sworn in by the stenographer. So again, the order of presentation, because Mr. Scourin, you are the applicant, you will present your case first. We'll then have a statement of the case from the zoning officer, and because there are no objectors, we won't worry about that. And at the end, the board, following the adjournment of the hearing, may conduct an executive session. That would be outside of the public forum, and they're allowed to do that under the Pennsylvania Sunshine Act to conduct quasi-judicial deliberations pursuant to section 708A5 of the Sunshine Act. So that's essentially the procedure. Any questions, concerns? Okay. So it looks like we're down to swearing in the witnesses.
You're up.
Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so now we are ready to hear testimony.
From me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I bought this property about 3 years ago. It had approximately a 5,000 square foot finished barn on the property, complete with 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, kitchen, a lot of open areas, big place, beautiful place. So I'm trying to get application, the permit to occupy it as a residence. It's not that complicated. There is a 2,500 gallon septic tank that's there. And I've submitted to you guys, and I have with me the inspections for that were all approved by Young Septic. For now, I think that's it.
If you have the approvals, you may wish to present those or have those marked as exhibits, so that, because again, being a quasi-judicial body, they react to matters that are placed of record.
This would be from, I guess, septic that we submitted already to Liberty Township. With the septic tank from the inspection from Young's.
Okay, so
Why don't we have this, are you okay if we have this marked as applicant's exhibit number 1?
Sure. Please.
can I ask a question?
We'll let Deb mark the exhibit, and then, of course you can.
Okay,
But you gotta hold on. yes, you can ask a question.
Okay, so the hearing says that this is for an application for a variance for a accessory apartment.
Mhm.
4 bedrooms, 2 baths is not an apartment.
Well, the downstairs where we're living is an apartment, where one person is living.
Cause you're saying you wanna occupy it as a residence.
Yeah, well, there's one person living there. I was told by the guy that did the septic that the septic could be sufficient up to 3 people. When I say there's 4 bedrooms, one's being used as an office, they could be bedrooms, but they're not. One's being used as a storage room, and the apartment is the downstairs part of it, is where he's living. The upstairs is kind of a storage area for me as well.
Okay, and you said you've had it 4 years,
About 3, I think.
and
3
you've
or
been
4.
using it as an you've been using it as an
Yeah.
apartment all this time.
Yeah. I lived there for 2 years myself before had this guy move in, and then I moved out when he moved in. He takes care of the property. Anybody's welcome to come out and visit and take a look at the place. But yeah, right now, when I say apartment, it's the downstairs. He's got a bedroom, kitchen, and 2 bathrooms.
Okay, I'm gonna just ask you a question because I've seen this thing advertised, I'm pretty sure I've seen this advertised as a Airbnb
Not the
on
barn,
Facebook.
the house, not the
Okay.
barn. There's a house out front that's an Airbnb.
Okay,
The barn's not an Airbnb,
okay.
absolutely not.
Am I allowed to interject or not?
We'll give you an opportunity to, if you, do
Okay.
you wish to present testimony, or are you wishing to ask, because we will give you an opportunity if you wish to ask questions of.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the property. I used to manage the property
Oh,
Okay,
that's
so
pretty
for
familiar.
10 years.
Do you need to do testimony?
Well,
He
yeah,
has to finish first.
Yeah,
Let's
let's
Oh,
let-
okay, I
make
thought
sure
you was
he's-
finished.
let's make sure he's finished before.
That's why I asked him a question, because I thought he was
I
finished.
got a question then. So you have the property out front,
Mm-hmm.
and then you're gonna have 2 units in the back, in the
No,
barn
no.
side, the barn's gonna be 1 unit.
There's one person living in I call it the apartment downstairs part of the barn.
Right.
There's a bedroom, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen, and another large room and an office.
Okay, we just said it was 4 bedrooms.
Could be 4 bedrooms,
Could be.
but we're not using.
Is that including the upstairs that you're
Yeah,
saying is not being
yeah.
occupied?
There's 4 rooms that could be used as bedrooms, we're not using, I take that back, there's not 4 bedrooms. There's 2 bedrooms that are set up. One is being used downstairs in the apartment, the other one is the old, where I used to stay when I lived there. I haven't slept there in over a year, so it's not even being used. It has my personal belongings in there, there is a bed in there, but it hasn't been used in over a year. I keep my personal belongings in there. The big part of the bond, I have a lot of my personal belongings, stuff I've collected over the last 50 years, just hanging on the walls or whatever, you know.
So can
Something
this
like that.
potentially be converted to 2 units?
No, it couldn't be. I mean, I don't know. I've never considered that.
Well, you have to have another bathroom,
Yeah.
a kitchen,
Yeah,
et
yeah.
cetera, that's what I'm
Yeah.
asking, so.
I mean, I'm sure it could. I'm not sure it would ever get permitted. That's not my intent
Right.
at all. I'm not putting any more money into this property as far as repairs.
So your intent is to 1 or 2 people living there?
Yeah, right now it's 1. Yeah,
And then the front's gonna be an Airbnb,
Yeah.
or is an Airbnb?
yeah, correct.
Is that all your testimony? I mean, is that all your,
For now, yeah.
Andrew?
yeah, I was gonna say, are you testifying right now?
I was going to, yes.
Okay, yeah, let's make sure. I just like, the board doesn't have any more questions of the applicant.
Not right now.
Yeah,
I mean, we come up with something we can ask later, right?
you can.
Okay.
Alright. Why don't we go, Andrew, then proceed.
Okay, so what brought all this to light is Township found out that he was using the front part of the property as an Airbnb and then having someone live in the back part of the property. He put in the application to get everything approved through the township, since it had not been approved at this point. Where you look at it, the Airbnb is the main house. The way an accessory apartment is defined in the ordinance is it has to be part of the principal structure, not a separate structure in and of itself. That is why he is here asking for the variance. Without it, we would not be able to approve his zoning application that he had submitted. Though we do not see where this would really be something that could qualify. Of course, it's up to you, but it does not have really a unique physical circumstance or condition, including irregularity, narrowness, or shallowness of the lot, size or shape, or an exceptional topographical or other physical condition particular to the particular property that creates an unnecessary hardship to such conditions and not circumstances or conditions generally created by the provisions of the zoning ordinance. I guess the person that owned it before him had been going in and he bought it that way, thinking he could have the house in a separate apartment or house in the back.
Did she have
But
permits to do?
they did not have approvals. That's why he started working on trying to get the approvals, but
So the original owners never had these permits that are,
not to have that
Or the
occupied
approval.
as an accessory apartment or anything of that nature now.
well, they did all these inspections, right?
Not-
There's no
Not
inspections
that
ever
we
done
have,
on it?
not that we have on file now. So, like I said, so it does not meet that criteria.
How long did she use it as an apartment?
I honestly don't know because that was before I was the zoning officer.
She didn't. She did not. It was not an apartment, it was never an apartment. It was a retreat center for the nuns.
I know she had people in there.
It was retreat for the nuns.
Well, define that for as far as the difference between retreat and.
The retreat was, they'd come in on the weekend and leave. They were not there full time at any point in time. They never spent more than a couple of days there at any time.
So that meant they didn't have to have permits to do it?
They, the Catholic Church set that all up, that was prior to me being a supervisor myself. So I don't know all the history of that, but I do know the last 10 years of it. That it was retreat center, ran as a retreat center. She had a holding tank. The tank he's talking about is not a septic system, it's a holding tank for that particular place. It has to be pumped out supposedly monthly. But that was how it was operating at the time. It was operated as a religious retreat center. It fell under different guidelines than what this particular venue is. Nonprofits fall under a whole different set of rules and regulations that we really don't have. The township didn't have a lot of leverage as far as that because it wasn't a permanent situation, it was a temporary situation where the Catholic Church ran it, and it ran through the Catholic Church and their nonprofit.
So it's not a septic system, it has a holding tank.
It has a holding tank, correct?
And then, sand mounting, that kind of stuff.
Yes, and the rooms, in the bottom, had two separate bedrooms on one side they could fit up to about 8 people.
I'm sorry, did you say 8 people?
8 people.
Thank you.
Yeah, the way we used to have it set up, because I was the caretaker, we had it set up that way. The upstairs part of the place was a religious church type of deal where they did their worship, all in there. They held funerals, they held weddings, and they also did, some of the parts they did downstairs, they did their bake sales and stuff like that, through the nuns.
So is the holding tank for the house, for the
No.
Airbnb too?
There's a holding tank for the barn, and there's a tank for the house. I don't
So
know.
there's not on a septic at all on either place?
I don't know, the Wise Cups had that property prior to the church buying it. The house probably does have a septic system. I don't know what a septic field is, I have no clue, but I do know that the barn has a tank, a holding tank, yes. That is a septic system.
So, I'm curious.
Can I look at that other paper that I gave you?
Sure.
So I know you were.
Septic,
Hold on.
it says septic system pumping inspection form. So it's a tank, but it's still a septic tank. You guys are.
Well, we understand that there's a difference between a
No, I know.
septic tank.
Here's this one has the mound for the house.
That's
Yeah,
good.
That's the other one.
The septic mound, yeah. So that is a septic system.
So, so the houses that have, or places, properties that have holding tanks, are you grandfathering those in? Because last thing I heard, we weren't doing holding tanks anymore.
We do not do holding tanks on every township. The ones that are existing holding tanks, we can't have you take them out unless they fail. If they fail, then you have to put in a whole new system. And we have approximately 7 holding tanks in Liberty Township at the moment.
Okay.
I'd
And
like
that's one of them.
to note that those were inspected by Young and they say satisfactory as far as the condition are in. And also I'm a nonprofit as well, up to that house. Not officially, but I'm not making any money there.
Well, you can't claim non-profit unless you have to follow 613.
Okay, so.
I got a farm and I can't claim non-profit because I don't take no
So
money.
is this holding,
This is from 24.
Good.
Oh, yeah.
But serious.
Mr. Scowen, would you like the other
Yes.
permit document to be marked as applicant's exhibit number 2?
Yes, please.
We'll do that.
I believe you check.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, no, I'm sorry, that was very unprofessional. Wait.
well, we're not professional here.
Well, I-
Right.
We're okay.
Sorry.
But
You good?
Yes.
I believe if you check, the board, you can check. I believe that when they put this retreat in, the church applied for a nonprofit special exception for a retreat center. It was used as a temporary, deal. I don't know what the extent of the details of that was, but it was a retreat center under the church. And once the retreat center was done, that all was done. That building should have probably never been used from that point on.
Well, that's kind of hard to do now, isn't it?
We could revert it back to where it was. But as far as, retreat, unless you maintain it as a retreat center, but that's another deal.
What schedule do you have as far as that pumping that holding tank?
There's no harm on it.
Okay, so you
Been
go,
like every 4
you
months.
go call in?
Yeah.
Yeah, cause I know most holding tanks, like Carroll Valley, I don't wanna use them as an example, that they're set on a schedule.
Yeah, no, there's an alarm on it and we call it, it's every 4 months.
Okay. So I answer your question. So, I watched the township meeting, and I know y'all have the planning board doing something about this zoning rule.
Well, that doesn't apply to today's hearing, for one. It's something that we're looking at as an ordinance change, but it's nothing that we move forward on. We're just looking at different ideas of how we can help the residents have accessory buildings on their properties, and still be in compliance, because right now they're not in compliance with our ordinance. But it was mainly directed towards people that have elderly parents and stuff that are coming back, or needs to live at home and have assisted living type of situation. That's what we're looking at, but it has no, we haven't took any action, haven't drafted up any ordinance changes at all.
Okay.
Can I say something?
you're the applicant? Yes, you
As
can.
far as, so the guy I have living there now is actually my ex-wife's brother. He's 47 years old, his birthday was yesterday, I think he turned 47 or 48. Okay, he's running an Airbnb, he's taking care of the property. If you drive by that property, it probably looks the best it's ever looked. The guy's meticulous, he He gets all 5-star reviews on his Airbnb stays. I charge him no rent at all. I pay his electric bill, I pay his water bill, and I do all this because he's in recovery from drugs and some other things. He's doing great. But I don't charge him rent to live there. I'm not like making money from that. I'm not making money on this property at all, actually. I'm checking into that right now, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. But anyhow, so I do have, the guy living there is kind of in, a recovery. And I don't charge rent for this guy to live there.
Let me just confirm, because of course what you're asking for is approval as an accessory apartment. Pursuant to the provisions of section 350-401, I just want to make sure as part of the record that the appearance of the barn building shall remain intact. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I put a new roof on it, I'm painting it, I've done a ton of work on it, but yeah.
Okay. There will be no new entrances to the building?
Nope, I haven't changed a thing on that.
Okay. Is there specific off-street parking that's provided near the barn or for the apartment?
Yeah, there's you could park probably about 10 cars in the driveway that's in front of the barn.
That's good, because you only need to have room for two. Essentially, two vehicle or two parking spaces for every residential unit, if you will. So,
I don't guess you have an aerial photo of that, do you?
I don't have it with me now.
Okay, that's all right.
I could pull it up on my phone in a minute, probably.
That's all right.
and it's with the knowledge of the apartment, accessory apartment use, that you had the holding tank permit approved. Is that correct?
I didn't install that holding tank. It was there. I've had it serviced several times, and I've had it inspected by Young, but I didn't install it.
Okay. But this is what you presented as applicant's exhibit 1 is specifically a form with regards to the inspection of the holding tank following its pumping, and that would have been in April. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And are you aware, are there any issues whatsoever with the continued use of the holding tank to service an accessory apartment?
There's not any, no.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Just say that we do approve this, can we require a time frame of pumping them tank? Most places do, that's what I'm asking. Minimum once a month or
If the
something
board were to grant a variance,
Yes.
the provisions of our zoning ordinance and the municipality's planning code do allow you to place reasonable conditions on that approval, so.
Okay, you said what, it's about 4.5 weeks or something like that to get?
No, 4 months.
4 months.
Yeah. It's about 3 times a year. And like I said, I have an alarm on there.
Right.
It goes off when
Well, I understand that, but once it gets to the alarm period, it's actually a warning saying it's too full.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and most places that have a holding tank require pumping periodically at a certain period. Would you say it's 2,500 gallon or 1,500?
2,500 gallons, and we're minimizing the use on it. I mean, we're very aware of what we're sending down the drain in there. We don't use extra water. We don't.
Well, one person should take a while to fill that, but.
Yeah. But, all right. I mean, again, if he has when I was living there, and he's doing the same thing. If he has to go to the bathroom and just pee, he can walk out back and pee behind the barn.
You really don't want to say that, right? I don't know.
Well, that's for saving water. Is that illegal?
It's all on the record.
Can't in your backyard?
You can't urinate in public.
It's not public. It's my backyard.
That's public.
We can't, I don't think we can base this on that.
I'm just saying.
No, I understand what you're
We're
saying.
trying to save water. We're trying to save stuff from going down that drain.
Like probably half the guys in here do the same thing, but they're quicker.
Well, if you're only pumping every 4.5 months, you're saving plenty of water.
Yeah.
I just think that's a pretty long period. Is there laundry available in there?
Is there laundry?
You have a laundry, or like a washer dryer?
No, not in the barn. Not in the barn. There was one there, I think, when I bought it.
I was gonna
think
say,
it- yeah.
right,
There's a hookup for it in the kitchen, and I got rid of that. I take my laundry up to Gettysburg and have them launder it for me.
Anything else?
I mean, we also don't feel that it meets the second section for the variance, which would be that there, because of the physical circumstances or conditions, there is no possibility the property can be developed in strict conformity with the provision of the ordinance. It could be an Airbnb up front, we could approve that, just not the accessory unit, or we could approve the front as a single family dwelling and not have the, or we could approve the barn as a single family dwelling and the front could be tore down and, or made into a shed or whatever, but which would allow it to be in conformance with the ordinance without a variance. So it doesn't meet that second criteria for
We're saying
variance
it's
either.
either.
Do we have a copy of that ordinance?
You mean the criteria for a variance?
Yes.
As I recall, in our zoning ordinance,
I do better reading.
they refer by reference to the provisions in
The MPC.
the MPC. I can provide you with a copy of what the MPC has with regards to variance criteria.
Okay.
I'm very happy to do that. Pass this over. This is section 53 PS, section 10910.2 of the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code. It's zoning hearing board's functions for variances.
Okay, and do we have the 350-202C?
Well, that's in your zoning ordinance.
Okay,
Just
so
for the
this-
record, and you may already understand, but that provision provides for the permitted uses within the particular zoning district,
Without the variance.
without, permitted uses without the variance.
Okay, so basically, we're asking for a variance because there's some kind of a hardship.
And again, the applicant is, and the accessory apartment use is actually permitted under there. But as Mr. Miller explained earlier, the issue is that an accessory apartment has to be attached to the dwelling unit. Thus, the variance is because the accessory apartment is in a detached structure, which is the barn. So that's why so essentially the use is allowed, but it does not comply with with specificity to all the requirements of the accessory apartment use. Do I have that correct, Mr.
Yeah,
Miller?
it doesn't meet the definition of
Right.
accessory apartment.
So that is why that is why the applicant needs a variance.
So we don't know for sure if there was any permits and inspections on this property.
We don't have any on file with Township. There was no, to transfer this barn into the existing building it's in now, was done without any permits or anything.
And done by the previous owner.
Apparently by the Catholic Church, because the previous owner didn't do nothing.
Didn't you say earlier that they had a special exception being?
They have a special exception as a nonprofit and a religious organization. I don't know the details of how that all spells out, I have no clue.
Were we
So
doing-
they did not meet the requirements that like myself or he would have to meet if we wanted to go in and convert this barn into a structure that you can live in. You'd have to get a land use permit, you'd have to get a building permit, you'd have to get, inspections for electrical, plumbing, the whole 9 yards. We don't know if they did any of that.
Okay, so I don't know, I can't remember her name, the
Sue
lady,
King.
huh?
See, Tiki bought it from the church.
Okay, so she used it as an apartment back there,
No,
didn't
she
she?
did not. No, she lived in the front house. She didn't do anything with it back there. She was trying to do an event center, but she was denied when she went through the variance. She tried to run it as an event center. She did the same thing. She had a zoning hearing, asked to turn it into an event center, and it was denied because it wasn't allowed in that area.
Can I ask you a question? Was the Catholic Church owned it at one point?
Yes, it did.
And they used it for funerals and weddings,
They,
et cetera?
they use it for all kinds of things. Mainly it was a retreat center for the nuns. Retired nuns would be in, when they brought them in from Baltimore, wherever they were coming from the East Coast, they brought them there as a transition center. It's like a transition center, and then they found placement for them. Now, most of the nuns now live straight across
I
the
was gonna
street.
say, doesn't Sister Tammy,
No, they live straight across the street.
yeah, didn't she have that before?
She did.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, the people that live straight across the street own the place, this place to this place.
And they just
And
sold it,
they sold it to Sue, which was a Catholic, she had something to do with the Catholic Church too. And they moved across the street, converted the chicken. Actually, these two properties were all one. The chicken house is across the street, and
these were all
the existing
property, but then
was-
the woman that
was Chuck,
embezzled all that money out of Hagerstown.
well, it was Chuck Wisecott's property. Chuck Wisecott owned that, he lived there in the house, that was his barn, he farmed, and he had, the chicken house was across the street that had 8,000 chickens in it, and that's what it was, and the Catholic Church bought it, and they converted it into,
I thought that landscape people that lived up
they
there,
bought it before, they bought it at one point in time too.
that's what I thought.
Yes, she did, that was,
Because she owned the property up there with the lady with the horses.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was
Just-
before the church.
Another time, please.
yeah, I'm sorry, that was before the church.
Okay, well, that was when we first started landscaping, and we kept thinking, man, we're doing something wrong.
Yes, she bought it
Yeah,
from,
it was.
she bought it from the Wisecutt family, when Chuck died, she bought it from them, and then she sold it to the Catholic Church,
Okay,
and then, she took it bought it from the Catholic Church, and then they converted all those chicken houses into, an event center, a retreat center too, where they, you know, I think there's 3 or 4 nuns living there now.
In the old chicken houses?
Yeah, yeah, I know there's at least 2, there might be 3.
so the only people that had any kind of exceptions to do anything on their property
Was the church.
was the Catholic Church.
Correct.
And so everything else has been done there since the Catholic Church left it, has been done without permits, without inspections, without anything.
That was all done while it was the Catholic Church, am I right?
We, as far as we
Yeah,
know,
as far as we know.
we don't know either way.
I know Sue didn't do anything. She didn't make any changes to it.
Yeah, but the township doesn't have any inspections or permit history for this property.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know. I don't know if they pulled back that far.
Okay,
Well, I've been in the construction business for 40 some years. I would be open to having anybody come and inspect that. The place is great. I mean, whoever did that knew what they were doing. I don't know if they had permits or not. These nuns are living in old chicken coops.
Across the street from it.
Yeah, well, certainly we can let someone live in this barn, can't we?
They put, I don't
What,
know. I think, I don't know what they did, I do know they put millions of dollars, they renovated that whole place. They should have just tore it down and built another building, but whatever.
When you bought the place, how was it listed?
Clean and green, single family home,
So how many acres is it?
10.47, I think.
Okay.
well, one of
Clean and green and single family home.
Yeah.
So it wasn't listed as an apartment.
No.
Alright, so,
I mean, I walked in there and I was amazed. I
Right.
bought it because of the barn. The
Right.
barn was amazing. Whoever did it did a
Yeah.
spectacular job finishing that place.
I would like just to back up with, to Mr. Miller's
Pardon?
testimony, with our zoning officer's testimony. I need to verify. Mr. Miller, you've brought up a couple of issues with regards to compliance with the various provisions. You are, of course, the zoning officer for Liberty Township. Is Liberty Township making an objection or, to the granting of a variance if the zoning hearing board should consider granting? In other words, is Liberty Township's indicating to the zoning hearing board that it is against the granting of a variance because, so you're in the township is officially in opposition of the granting of the variance. That is correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so, Mr. Scour, do you have any other testimony?
I have a question.
Okay.
I mean, so are you, or as far as the variances go, they prefer that he was, that this Kevin would move into the basement of the house that I rent as an Airbnb,
So,
rather than live in this barn, which is,
this is my interpretation of this thing that you gave me, or what I've been told when for variances. I understand you need to show some kind of hardship for why we should grant you a variance to our rules. So I haven't heard any hardship. You've told me nothing.
what do you mean by hardship?
Under Pennsylvania law, in order to grant a variance,
Okay.
the applicant has to demonstrate what is known as unnecessary hardship, which is provided by certain factors and criteria, which Ms. Arntz is holding me a copy of that, but I can indicate to you what those provisions are.
Okay.
Okay. So, the board shall hear requests for variances where it is alleged that the provisions of the zoning ordinance inflict unnecessary hardship upon the applicant.
Or his family, or just the applicant?
Well, the applicant, but I mean, essentially what you're talking about is, the property itself.
So, is the hardship the fact that I'm letting a recovering drug addict live there, and if we don't get this variance, he's homeless, doesn't have a job anymore, and he doesn't have a house anymore?
Essentially, unnecessary hardship under the law is that your property is so unique that it can't be fully, or the ordinance stops you from making a reasonable use of it.
Exactly.
So essentially, thus it creates, or an unnecessary hardship is created, and thus you are requesting a variance because you are suffering an unnecessary hardship.
Yeah, is that a hardship? A family member, I'm letting him live there free, he has a job only because he lives there, and if you don't give me this variance, this guy's not gonna have a house anymore, and he's not gonna have a job anymore. That's a hardship.
What will happen under the proceedings is the zoning hearing board, they're the quasi-judicial body, so they're gonna decide whether or not the evidence that you presented here is sufficient to meet the requirements of unnecessary hardship.
Okay.
Alright, Andrew, I need to ask you a question.
Yes.
Okay, so just one section of this that you said there's no possibility that the property can be developed in strict conformity with the provisions of the zoning ordinance. So
The second one, yes.
basically, because it can't be attached to the house, is what you're saying.
I mean, it can be done to the ordinance, it would just have, like I said, the barn could either be turned into a shed, if they felt the barn was a better house than the front house, they could turn the front house into a shed, or he could do what he just said about putting him in the basement of the front house as the accessory apartment, and then the barn would just be a storage area
I didn't think
as
we could
just a
have
structure.
sheds in front of houses.
You probably can't, but I'm just saying I would have to look at that if he did that, but so in that case, the barn could be turned back in, he could put the accessory apartment in the basement of the Airbnb. That would be an option that he just brought up himself, that would be something that we could approve.
Okay. Alright, so do you have any more testimony?
I think the other three probably would be acceptable. He could have acceptable reasons, so it'd just be the first twin variance section of 9:10.2 of the MPC that would be the issue.
Okay. Enough about that for us for the executive session. Mickey, anything else?
No.
You go, Mrs. Scalabro?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
And Mr. Barlow, I just wanna check, are you here officially on behalf of the township?
Yes.
Okay. And it has the township, I mean, I asked Mr. Miller and so forth, has the Board of Supervisors have they taken a specific position with reference to this, application?
We have, it's just in non-compliance at the moment. We are looking at our ordinances, as Mrs. Arndt indicated, trying to make some adjustments and stuff like that, but as the way our ordinances are written right now, it is, a not permitted use. Airbnb, and living in the accessory in the barn is not permitted under current ordinance.
So it is the position of the township that the zoning hearing board, should not grant the variance, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if we've heard all of the testimony from everybody, then, make a motion for executive session?
I just wanna verify, with the applicant, you would like to have applicant's exhibits, 1 and 2 admitted into evidence?
Sure.
Okay, very good, so they'll be made officially a part of the record.
Okay,
Is there anything further that you wish to indicate or say to the zoning hearing board before they begin their deliberations?
No.
okay, so make a motion to, go into executive session,
Yes, I second.
all in favor? So do we have somewhere we can go, or we gotta go outside?
I'm trying to remember, there are
I
places.
think we went outside last time, it's
I
hot
did.
out there.
I have keys to the office.
Okay.
Yeah, can we go over there?
It's hot out there.
I'll get keys and unlock the office door.
I got your, form.
Well, there has been times where the zoning hearing board kicked everybody else out.
We won't kick everybody else out.
I didn't think
I
so.
think you guys doing better though.
I know.
You just stand outside.
They actually do that, they do that for our own township too, sometimes.
I haven't done that.
Yeah.
Just don't have very many places to go, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Buildings.
They don't make spaces for that. Rooms for that.
You know, with your uncle. I haven't talked to you.
What'd you say?
With your uncle.
Doing okay? Yeah, you haven't talked to me about it.
That's the last time I think.
The last time I was going to go in for my total knee replacement,
Okay.
because my ankle messed up my leg.
Okay.
So we went for a total knee replacement, and, I'm having some issues with that, but it's only been 8 months.
Yeah.
And so I'm having difficulty going up and downstairs.
I've seen it.
Yes! But last time I saw you was at Ray Township, and that's bad.
And the beginning of the year.
Yeah,
December, January.
yeah. It was at the, yeah, I was just like, it was
I
the
haven't
beginning.
had hearing. This is the first time I've had one.
Well, that's when when you responded to my email, and you said that you were gonna be taking over. I can't say. What's the baby's name?
Faith.
What is it?
Faith.
Say again.
Faith.
Oh, Faith.
Yeah.
With an E or just?
F.
F-A-I-T-H?
F-A-I-T-H. FTH, yeah. Faith Elizabeth.
Look, Anna.
Yeah.
You're so adorable.
Yeah. Yeah. She was tiny.
So, is this your first?
No, I had an older daughter.
Oh, what is that supervisor's name?
Walter Barlow is his name.
And what was she calling again?
Mickey.
That's what I was like. That she didn't say Walter. Walter and Mickey do not sound like a thing.
No.
Is it B-A-R-L-O-W?
B-A-R-L-O-W.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's my oldest daughter holding her.
Oh my gosh. Look how, oh, she's so proud.
Yeah.
She's so excited. You could tell by her little face.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
She's happy to have a sister. 'Cause
I remember when my sister was born, I remember my dad calling, Mom had my sister in the Harrisburg hospital, which she was having some complications, so she had to go to Harrisburg to have the baby.
yeah.
And I remember my dad called me. I sobbed because I had two brothers, and I was like so excited to have a little sister.
Well, she has. So that's my oldest holding her. He's the one that just turned 17.
Oh, he's pretty handsome.
And then that's my girlfriend's, he just turned 16.
Aww.
And then that's her, one of her other
Oh,
sons
sons.
that just turned 18. He'll turn 18 in August.
Oh, wow, you can tell that they're brothers.
And then that's her other son. He's 13. Yeah.
So you have an, aww.
And that's her oldest. He's gonna be 20 in September.
Wow. What a nice family. Oopsies. Oh, let me see your wife. I didn't see your wife. Or, oh, she's pretty.
And that's her twin brother. So they're both 13.
Wait, that's right. I forgot you had twins.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then.
Andrew,
Yes.
I'm gonna take off.
Alright.
We'll see what happens. I mean, it's whatever it is. But,
Yeah.
yeah, I think my position's done before it went under.
Alright.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Thanks again for everyone.
You had some good information I wasn't having.
Yeah, well, that's.
Wait, is that the little guy? This is, I keep one. No, don't do anything. I'm like, okay, just put it down. What is it? Is this an iPhone? No,
That looks
this
like
is
an
not an
Android.
iPhone. What?
That looks like an Android, yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this is not an iPhone. Cause I'm sitting here going, yeah, this doesn't work like mine. But, oh, there it is. Okay, gotcha. I'll just go look at a picture. I thought he said that little guy. Oh, his wife is beautiful. Like, she's really pretty.
Showing pictures of the family.
Mm-hmm. He has 5 children.
Wow.
This is his 5th child.
You know what my mom told me? You should never spawn. Just like that.
Really?
She's joking.
I know.
She would love grandkids. I have told her she's not getting grandkids out of me, so her response to that was, good, you shouldn't spawn. But she wants
She's trying to reverse psychology on you.
Yeah,
Realize
she
that, right?
is. She absolutely is.
So this little guy here must be their child because he has twins. He has twins.
Oh wow.
And she has. I am so confused. I'm so confused because he just said, this is her son, this is her son, this is her son, this is my son, this, you know, this, I'm like, wait a minute, that's 12 kids. Andrew, you obviously cannot count.
It's a lot of kids.
Aw, look at the baby. So darling. Oh, God. Babies. It's so funny because all three of my kids, when they were younger, they loved babies. They were always so good with kids. My oldest, in a million years, I never thought he would have a child. Yeah.
My parents swear that kids love me, and like that might be the case, and I'm happy to hang out with kids, just other people's kids, just not my kids.
I hear you. Hey, when I was the oldest of four, and whenever my mom and dad, like they had a lot of friends, and like if they would decide they were gonna go out to dinner somewhere or whatever, I was always the
You
one
were
who was in
babysitter.
charge of babysitting, and I swore up and down, I will never have any kids. No, no, no. Next thing you know, I'm married for almost 3 years, I had a child, 18 months later I have another child, 2.5 years later I have another child. But I wouldn't change it for anything. They're amazing. They're so much. They're a lot of fun. I'm very close with them.
See you
It's
later,
just
Becky.
nice.
That's good. That's
Yeah.
really great.
Alright, I understand. See you later.
Okay, so now I'm confused. So because you were saying you had, there's 5 children.
I have 5, yes.
Oh, and how
Yes.
many does your wife have?
She has 6. 2 of them are ours together though.
Is this little guy yours?
He's mine, yeah.
That's okay. I was gonna say because
Yeah.
he looks like you.
Yeah. These 2 are me and hers together.
Okay, so now tell me.
Yeah.
Okay, say again. So you have
So
the
she-
twins,
She
the little boy,
has 4.
and your 2 older sons.
She has 4 and I have 3. And then we have 2 together.
Wow.
So we have 9 total.
So they don't all live with you sometimes.
The only one that doesn't live with us is the 20-year-old.
Her 20-year-old.
Yeah.
Wow. and-
Now, of course, my 3 older ones, they go with their mom every other weekend.
Right.
And then, like, for a couple hours, here and there.
So now show me your children again.
So those
So
3
the-
are all mine.
Yes. Okay. Got
He's mine.
it. Okay.
And then he's mine.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I was so confused because that's what I was telling her. I was like, wait a minute, this doesn't add up. It sounds like they've got like 12 kids. I'm like, he's showing, this is mine, this is mine, this is mine, this is hers, this is hers, this is hers, this is mine. And I'm like, oh my God.
What confuses people is 2 of them are ours together.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because you see, I have 3 on my own, and she has 4 on her own. So we have 7 on our own,
And then
2
the 2.
together. So we're 9 total. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But like I said,
Does
one-
everyone get
one-
along with everyone?
for the most part,
That's great.
you know how it is with siblings.
Oh, well, you know how it is
Yeah,
with mixed
they
families too, yeah.
they get along for a while, and they get upset. with
Well, I
each
was
other,
very
and then they
fortunate.
get back,
Yeah.
along, and
You know, my kids were all out of college when my second husband and I met. And so, well, no, let me think about this for a second. My daughter, who's the baby, she was a sophomore, I guess, when Ed and I started seeing one another.
in college or high school.
No, college.
Okay, so she was somewhat out of that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. She was out of the house, and then then she went to the Peace Corps and went into the Peace Corps for 2 years, and then she got her master's and blah blah blah. So yeah. So he has 3 and I have 3, but his older son passed away last summer.
Okay.
He had heart issues, and that they have a history of heart issues. So his son unfortunately
Yeah.
got that, and he was like, he had to get up out of bed, and he was living with his uncle, and his uncle came home from work, I guess went into the kitchen, and then went from the kitchen into like another area. When he walked into the other area, Jeffrey was on the floor. So yeah, sad, very sad. And what's really weird is Ed had just he'd only been in his position for so long, and so he couldn't get vacation time. So I was on vacation with my kids at the Outer Banks, and it's like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I always turn my phone down,
Yeah.
and I never heard it ring, nothing. And my son comes up on the door, my older son, he goes, "Mom, it's dead." And I'm like, "What?" It was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, "What?" And so then he goes, "I think something happened to Jeffrey." And I'm like, "What?" So then I got my phone, he was a mess. And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh." And I had no way to get home because I rode down with my kids.
Yeah.
So I didn't have a car,
Yeah.
and the airport was like 2 hours away, and I didn't know, he passed on a Thursday. No, he passed on a Friday morning, and we were leaving Saturday, and they decided just like boom, 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 they had everything, and I'm like, well, I can't go to anything because he passed early Friday morning, and they had his service on Saturday.
Yeah.
So yeah, but anyway, yeah, we have. It's funny because he has 2 boys. I have 2 boys, and he has a daughter, and I have a daughter. Yeah, we all get along really well. Pretty good.
Yeah. That's,
So it's just,
yeah.
it's crazy.
But yeah, all of her kids are there all the time. Like I said, my 3 oldest are there most of the time. But her 18-year-old, he'll be 18 next month, and there's been talk about him long living with his older brother.
Okay.
I don't know what will happen because he doesn't seem like he wants to stay there. But he doesn't seem like he wants to have the responsibility of not being there.
Well, and that's where you're in because as
Yeah.
younger son was kind of the same way, because I know whenever Ed and I started seeing one another, they were still young enough that there was 50-50 custody, so he hadn't married her. And when he had a heart attack, and then he ended up staying with me,
Mm.
so I could take care of him, and then whenever he had his kids were staying there. And, I'm not doing anybody's laundry, and his daughter was going home to help, and I just, one day I said, "Look, I don't put any more stress on you," but I said, doing all this stuff, and, you guys are out there chit-chatting and chuckling and watching TV, and I'm running like a crazy person. No.
Yeah.
And she, because I think Michelle was, God, how old was Michelle? She might have been a junior in high school. And I was like, yeah, you can have little kids.
No, the older boy. You said the boys are older than her?
Yeah, no, the one son is younger.
She is the oldest.
She's the oldest. She just turned 40.
Okay.
And his son that passed, okay, let's see, Jess is 44. Jeffrey would have been 44 in January of this year.
So they were probably all old enough to help do some things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because what he used to do, what my husband used to do, I was just like, his ex-wife and I get along fine,
Mhm.
the kid's mother, and it's just so weird because he would have the kids, and then instead of doing their laundry, he would say, "Oh, very close back with them." And I'm like, if that was happening with me,
Yeah.
And so she finally put her foot down and said, "Look, you need to do the laundry." So he was like, "Okay." Well, I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
you can't do that.
That's what my ex-wife did. But she only ever had, most she ever had in any good time is 2 days. But she would do that, and she expected me to pack clothes to send to him. I finally did put my foot down on that. I said, "You need to start."
Well, you and I talked about that because you met Justin. My older one has the daughter with the quick baby. She's now expecting her 4th child.
No.
Whatever, but she is all of a sudden, Justin went and got Charlotte's hair put in braids, because Justin has curly hair, and then, and Charlotte, she's mixed with lots, she's a Heinz 57 too, because her mom has like this Hispanic in her, black in her, Caucasian in her, and there's another one in there too. So her hair isn't quite as curly, but Ada and Justin combined, Charlotte got stuck with all these curls.
Yeah.
So Justin went and got her hair done, and professionally, and sent a picture to her mom, and she's like, "Don't ever contact me again." She and I can text back and forth. You don't have to contact me. Her father, well, because she's not married.
Yeah.
Her father and I, meaning her now husband, because then I looked at Charlotte. No, Jessica did. My daughter said, "Does she think you call him dad?" And Charlotte like, "No."
Yeah.
She goes, "What's his name? Dave. Dave. I think it's Dave." She goes, "No, I call him Dave."
Yeah.
But yeah, well, she would say something to Justin like, "I'm missing a sock. I sent socks over there, and I'm missing a sock." And Justin would like send all these clothes, like he buys all her clothes,
Yeah.
and still gets her. And I'm just like, oh, it just angers me.
But like I said, I thought that was yeah, I sending stuff because
Yeah.
stuff isn't coming back, and I'm.
That's exactly what was good. That's exactly.
You know, I'm in mine, or my parents, Bill and Mom help me out.
Yeah.
But once buying all this stuff, yeah, you pay, but take the child support because I know people that are getting paid more for one kid than I am for
Yep.
30.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I know. Because I told him, I said, I think you should be doing something about that. I said, the thing is, Charlotte is a very, very smart little girl, and she sees, because her mother is bipolar, and she's manic depressive, and she's this and that and the other thing. Beautiful person. Beautiful on the outside, not on the inside. She's a little bit nasty. We never say anything like that to Charlotte. We didn't say that. But Charlotte picks up on it all the time. She's always to Justin. She's like, "Wow, Mom, blah, 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 blah." Like she'll call Justin and say, "Hey, Daddy, can we go do something today?" Because they rent a 3-story house. She put Charlotte on the third. She's the youngest of her children. She put her on the third floor by herself. Go upstairs and play on the bed. She's always on her bed. They don't do anything.
Yeah.
So that's what she told us. She goes, "We are, by the way, we're going on vacation such and such a date, and you don't need to know anything else." I'm like, I said, "Excuse me," because we don't say this in front of Charlotte.
No.
And I said to Justin, I said, "I'm sorry, excuse me. I think you need to get a copy of that agreement and circle that part and send it to her, because guess what? Whenever we go on vacation, she's gonna know exactly where we're at, all the coordinates, everything. She has to know every single thing. Where are you at? Like, what's the number? What's da 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 da?" And she's gonna reciprocate.
How old is his daughter?
She's 10. And it's just,
She's getting to the point where it wouldn't allow her to definitely pick, but she can at least
yeah,
give her more of an opinion,
Opinion.
and they'll take that into consideration.
and the thing,
Like Mom puts me on the third floor with them, they had all 50% of the time with her, and then Dad comes out with me and does things.
oh, he does, he does a
Did he
lot.
leave? Did he leave?
Mickey,
Well, how are we supposed to lock her door back?
I did lock.
Oh,
It's
is it?
locked.
Okay. I thought he had to do it with the
Yeah,
key.
just turn it off.
Oh, the deadline, we think we can lock that door with the key. Okay, so we're calling meeting back to order.
You can do that.
Do we have to vote on it, or we're just good?
Well, if you make a motion, because that's how you will affect legal action, is by motion, then you need to vote in favor of the motion or vote against the motion.
Okay, do we have to vote to call the meeting back to order?
Oh. You're the chair, Cindy, they've sold you short, they didn't give you a gavel.
So, Do you wanna read it or you want me to? I'll read it.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to the board.
Okay, I got a motion, on the application for the variance from Thomas Scalrock to, a motion to deny the applicant's request for a variance from the permitted uses within the agricultural AR district as set forth in section 35202C of the Liberty Township zoning ordinance, and to not authorize or permit the location and use of an accessory apartment pursuant to section 350-401 of the zoning ordinance within a detached barn and accessory to a single-family detached dwelling residential use at certain real property located in Liberty Township, Adams County, PA, and identified by street address 620 Track Road, Fairfield, Pennsylvania 17320, and further identified as Adams County tax parcel ID number 25C1600570000. The requested variance is hereby denied because the applicant failed to meet the burden of proof that the relevant provisions of the zoning ordinance have inflicted unnecessary hardship on the applicant. The applicant failed to present substantial evidence in order to support the making of all necessary findings to enable the zoning hearing board to grant a variance pursuant to section 910-2 of the municipality's planning code.
Bob, do you
You second?
second that?
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion to prepare a written decision. A motion to request and direct the solicitor to prepare a written decision with findings of fact and conclusions of law supporting the denial of a variance by the zoning hearing board for the location and use of an accessory apartment within a detached barn at certain real property identified as 620 Track Road, Fairfield, Liberty Township, Adams County, PA.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so, now, I gotta get back to we have, no unfinished business, we have no new business, so we're gonna adjourn the meeting.
Can I ask a question before we adjourn the meeting?
Sure.
Yeah, off the record.
Earlier, you talked about hardships. I still didn't understand that. Is financial hardships?
Actually, no.
No?
Financial hardship is not, it's an unnecessary hardship. What I was gonna say to you is, if the zoning hearing board applies the law, the different factors that they were talking about you have to meet those. It's a very, essentially you have to show that you are unable to make a legal use under the ordinance of that. I mean, honestly, using it as a barn is proper and legal, so you don't need to be able to make, or an accessory apartment use in it.
I mean, it's nicer than any house I've ever lived in. It's really, it's not a barn or a shed. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and the problem for the board is, the board has to go by what the zoning ordinance
Okay,
provides.
Did I hear this from somebody in here today and from, the lady, Wendy in here, that they're changing the zoning thing so that people can
Yeah,
take to
they're
garage?
talking about that, but they've been working on it, and from what I understand is, they were putting that out, but then some other people that are involved in it wants like this part changed, or this section changed, and this section changed, of different rules while they're doing it, so it's a rewrite of a lot of the rules all at one time, so it's not like an overnight thing.
Right.
I hope for your sake that they do,
Yeah.
and they pass it, and we don't have to deal with this. But, I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
it'd be kinda different, or been different to us, at least to me, like, if you were living there, and your in-laws, your mother-in-law, your father-in-law, elderly, needed to live there, and you needed to, and that's kind of the hardship we're looking at.
Well,
That's what this was designed to do.
You're telling me that when this thing you're designed to do is only for elderly people?
I think
What
that's
about
what
handicapped
they're.
people, or what
Well,
about?
no,
people
well, it
recovering
could be
from
it could be
sicknesses?
whatever, I don't know how they're gonna rewrite this thing
I
up.
don't think they're doing it,
And
I
that's-
don't think they're gonna, I'm under the impression that it's not gonna be used for income.
Well, and you know, and I understand what you said earlier
And
about,
I'm not using my place for income either.
right, well,
Well,
in a way you are, because part of it's B and B. Then
Oh,
the front part of B and B.
but it's not covering the bills, trust me.
Well, I understand that, but that's not for us to say, or, you know, you're not bringing W-2 in
Okay,
here,
so
depending on
are
your
we
line and
done
that kind of stuff.
with the,
Yeah,
okay, so we're gonna make a motion for adjournment.
second,
All in favor? Aye.
right.
Cause she wants to get off the books.
No, don't blame it on, don't blame it on Jeff.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Alright, so I have the approved minutes.
Well, I don't
Yeah, let's go ahead and have that, yeah. It'll probably be helpful to me.
Yes, I think so too.
Okay, so I've got the approved minutes for this, for the last time. Do you want these or you leave them here for Wendy?
I'll leave one here for Wendy. I have a copy of it.
Wendy has.
No, these are from our 23 meeting.
Yes, right.
Right, Wendy has a copy, she got the printed.
She doesn't have her signed copy. Wendy
Oh,
doesn't
I'm
have
Yeah,
her-
you should leave that for Wendy as now the official approved minutes.
Okay, and then, are you going to write the minutes up for tonight?
I'm gonna try.
Okay.
Did we, I'm trying to think, because, he's coming back in. Maybe I can ask him back in.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
Sure.
So it's all right for him to move in the basement out of the barn into the basement?
You have
Well,
to-
that's not the
Yeah,
board's
okay, it's just-
purview, but you can talk to this gentleman about what, I mean, because he's the zoning officer.
So that's the,
I will look into that tomorrow and get back to you on that.
alright,
I'll put that basement.
yeah, if you would. There's a bathroom down there
Okay.
and sink and all that stuff down
Basement part.
there. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll do that evening.
Alright, so these are,
Whether
These are-
he even.
Oh, you
Yeah.
just-
this is the one,
There is no address.
I'm just gonna leave it here for an email or that's there.
Because he doesn't live there, I can mail it.
Oh, no, there's no, well, that's.
Is there one from Maryland? Because he has
No.
Maryland plates. Do you have, Andrew, do you have an address for, I may have it somewhere, he may have put it on something else and so
Of
forth.
what?
Mailing address.
For me to mail, because I'm going to have to mail the written decision.
That's what I have, that's what I sent his letter that started the whole thing.
Are you
Social
gonna
contract,
say
right?
anything in the application?
So he obviously, I
He
mean,
gets his mail from there. He might not
They
live
said
there, but he
that
gets
he's
his mail from there.
using the address.
Or his ex.
Alright, I'm gonna have you guys, yeah. I have a, signature page for the two of you to sign, so
Do.
the only people that matter. Oh, sorry, Deb, I just
That's
spent,
okay, Harry.
I just spent Thursday, I only spend, next Thursday, you'll be the only person that matters.
I ain't want it, just keep it.
I always say, she's the most important, I'm like, no, I'm not.
Well, you are that,
Well,
but right, when it comes to the decision,
No, I'm not.
they're the only people that matter.
That's right.
I have a lot of people who really matter, that I do.
Harry, I like to think I matter to you.
Well, you do matter.
So, the decision
Guess
is
what?
planning board
You do
meeting.
too.
Well, now that we have that out of the way, everybody matters to Harry.
Just not when it comes to signing paperwork.
That's right.
So he'll,
Yeah, it's right in there, there's a 2-0 vote there.
I don't wanna sound
Just put
like either. I hear
2-0,
ya.
just put
I hear
2-0.
ya.
I can fill it out if you let me. Put that one, 2-0, because
What do you mean, 2-0?
that was the 1-2 to
Oh,
0.
0-0.
2 to
I
0.
said you have to read
Yep.
that, if you wanna go back to read that, and I'm like, no. I said, because they're gonna have to tell me to do the
Yep.
same thing that I'm already doing.
Thank you. And then what I'll do is I'll send out the draft for you to look at and so forth.
Okay, can she send it, or when she sends the,
Transcript,
transcript, can you send that to me too, or not?
well, Wendy can send it to you.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll just ask her then.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
That saved my life doing minutes last time.
Is that what you used? All right, now Bob, I gotta tell you, your 2 looks like a 0. It looks like it was a 0 to 0 vote. See, you matter to me so much that I need you to record that.
So you want 2 of
Yes.
0.
It says a vote of 2-0. So your vote was 2
But
in
your vote-
favor of the motion.
It's, it looked like a,
Is that what you wanted to do?
Yep. Because that's what
Well,
you guys
I
did.
did put 0 to 0.
Oh, okay. Well, I misunderstood.
I'm just-
That would be a stalemate.
yes,
That would be a
yes.
We have to
stalemate.
come back later after you guys deliberate more.
And guess what? You know, that would be a
I told you I
tie.
ain't no damn secretary. I done told you that.
I told you I'd work with you. So thank you.
Well, yeah, it's been a pleasure.
Hey,
Good seeing you.
it's good to see you.
Let's not make it happen.
Well,
Not that
You
I mind,
know-
not that I mind being around you, but.
no, it's okay.
Thanks for letting me sit in here.
Yes. Natalie, we'll see you in the morning, right?
Yeah.
We'll
Good luck
really be enjoying bike week tomorrow morning.
Good luck with your
Hey,
test.
All right, I'm gonna walk
Bye.
down here briefly, not.
Take care.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
you're quite welcome.
Andrew.
Good night. Thank you.
Yep.
Bob,
So
thanks
it's
for
for
luck
like
with your
you
test.
guys
and
again.
stuff.
What's that?
Good luck with all
It's
your
this
tests.
week. Yeah. Last week it was reenactment and so forth. This week, bike week is always the week after. And then the great thing for me is that Gettysburg Borough Council always meets on the Monday night after bike week.
Oh my God.
And so people will be buzzing like hornets. They will be,
Yeah.
you know, we'll get
Oh,
all.
sure.
Yep. Because they'll.
Yeah, the township let me know earlier today that they were opposing it.
That's interesting. Yeah. Because I didn't think you were, and that.
I was led to believe that you weren't.
That's why I had to bring up the variance stuff, because they were opposing it.
Gotcha.
Because
Well,
normally, you know me, I would say
Hey,
as much as
listen.
possible.
Right. I mean, I still have to advise them whether or not something meets
Oh, yeah.
unnecessary hardship.
I
So,
know, yeah, but
I mean, and let us be. I mean, honestly, in my career, I probably have actually seen true unnecessary hardship maybe once or twice.
yeah.
I mean,
I,
boards grant a lot. I
I,
call them practical variances.
Yes.
I mean, they're practical variances because, you know, like the township, we didn't really think about that, but, you know,
yeah.
we're okay. You know, look, we want to work with these
Yeah,
people.
when you get down to those 5,
Oh,
I don't think I've seen one yet. Now, I haven't been doing it as long as
yeah,
you
no,
have,
right. Yeah, no, yeah, see, someday, Andrew, you'll see unnecessary hardship. And when you see it, Andrew, oh,
The earthquake.
you'll know it.
but yeah, because like I said.
Oh, it's so damn hard to me.
Yeah.
I used to say, you know, like beyond a reasonable doubt on a murder or something. You know, that's easier to prove than the unnecessary